Spacebar. There we go. Okay. New game.
You are Comrade Ivan Ivanovich Privalov.
Give me those subtitles, boy.
In 1961, you were selected for the Shukovgrad Interonaut
Shukovgrad.
Exploration Program SSSR. Despite failing your
Yeah, no
basic
worries,
physical
lurks. Thank you for
and
the
being
lurk.
caught
Sleep on,
cheating
sweet dreams.
on your entrance exams, on the morning of the 12th of April 1962, you boarded a rocket drill containing the experimental device Little Orpheus, with the purpose of descending through the Earth's crust to discover the relative hollowness of the interior and its suitability for colonization.
No, you've lost me, General. Did I do what?
You and Little Orpheus were dropped into an extinct volcano to drill to the center of the Earth and find out if we could establish a city there.
Huh.
Note, if you will, that this date is over 3 years ago.
Oh, is this like a side scroller? Very pretty. My leg is hurt.
Ivan Ivanovich,
Ivan Ivanovich.
can you describe Little Orpheus to me?
Of course. It was large and round and had something of a disagreeable smell.
I was referring to its technical specification.
Well, General, I am no man of science, but it had this radio thing that I was supposed to use to let the surface know I had arrived, and some sort of battery wrapped in this lead box. But I was told...
Hi, JC. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? How is your stream? Let's see if this works now. No. Weird. What were you up to? Try there. More Ninja Turtles. Excellent. Did you have
Do
fun?
not touch anything under any circumstances, and I did notice the engineers who worked on it were quite a shifty bunch.
Quite a shifty bunch. We're just starting Little Orpheus. Yeah, we're doing a subathon to celebrate 3 years of streaming, and so I'm trying to play a bunch
The
of...
Little Orpheus device contained a radio transmitter capable of sending a signal through miles of solid rock. In order to boost this, a powerful energy source was required. An atomic bomb, Comrade Privalov.
Whoa.
An atomic bomb that you have lost somewhere below the Earth's crust.
Ah, yes, that bomb.
Whoopsies.
Of course, General. I can explain everything. But it is a long and somewhat complicated story. And let me assure you, this is not a case of milking chickens. But you won't understand where your bomb and Little Orpheus has ended up unless I start at the very beginning and you let me tell you where I've been for the last 3 years.
Okay. You got the furthest you've been yet. Awesome. Love progress. And thank you, yeah. So I'm just trying to play a bunch of games that I've had in my backlog that are like shorter games and stuff like that I never got around to playing.
From the beginning, then. But this had better be good.
So we're just starting out with little Orpheus.
Good, General. It's more than good. It's extraordinary.
Whoa.
And it began like this.
That's pretty cool. That was fun. Comrades, to the center. The story is already pretty interesting.
An extraordinary...
Still loud, though.
Right. I realized this must be the fabled land
Oh.
of Plutonia. As documented
Journey
by
to the center of the
brilliant
earth meets
scholar
Soviet
Robert
communism. It seems that way, yeah.
Destruction carved by
Which
the
I'm all
rocket
about it.
led down into the wild and mysterious jungle. The rocket drill itself must have snapped in half somewhere below Kamchatka. And little
Kamchatka.
Orpheus bounced out and became lost in that prehistoric forest. If I was ever to get home, my mission was clear. To find little Orpheus.
Very pretty, though. The jump feels a little clunky, but I'm sure I'll get used to it.
I steeled myself and plunged deeper into that prehistoric jungle where insects the size of dogs buzzed around.
B.
Dogs. What sort of dogs?
I beg your pardon, General?
Large
Dragonflies?
dogs or small dogs? Big like an ovcharka or small like a barlonka?
Does it really matter?
Balonka.
Of course. Detail is all important.
Ovcharka then, General. The size of an ovcharka.
Ovcharka.
Very hard to believe.
Would you find it easier if they were the size of a balanka?
No. But I am enjoying your attempts to persuade me.
Whoops. First step. Whoa. I wonder if I get to fight any of these bugs. Oh! Is that little Orpheus or is that the bomb?
Another part of the
Nope.
rocket drill. But still no sign of little Orpheus.
Ooh. X. That was too close. Whee! A dinosaur.
Between the trees, I could see huge beasts, larger and more ancient than any known to our modern times. Could it be that Obrachev was right? And deep below the Earth's surface, prehistoric monsters still roam freely.
Yes, yes, but little Orpheus.
That's an interesting concept. Uh-oh. Boop. Barely.
Terrible lizard intent on making a snack of me was none other than the most awful of the monsters, the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh, now you are an expert on dinosaurs.
Oh, hardly an expert, General. Just educated by the best schools in the world, like all good socialists. And I remembered one crucial thing.
I'm listening.
Yeah, just a
Well,
ray of sunshine.
Its greed is without bottom. Its hunger is ferocious. But its brain is absolutely tiny. So, it can
Wow.
roar as much as it likes, but it will never be a match for the sharpened mind of the good Soviet worker. All I needed was a plan to outwit the monster.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Imagine
Hot.
my shock and surprise to find in that clearing the last part of the rocket drill. More shocking was the fact it had been ransacked. Someone had made off with the tools, the weapons, the rations, and the spare parts for the Pragviev. I began to suspect
Someone.
foul play. Perhaps little Orpheus was not lost at all, but stolen. All I could do was follow the trail further into Plutonia.
Huh. Who else is gonna be at the center of the Earth? A capitalist, you bet? Probably. Oh. Should I go? Okay. Oop. Uh-oh.
So we all agree this was the fabled land of Plutonia, do we? I don't remember accepting that.
I will admit it might not have been Plutonia if you are prepared to accept the dinosaur.
This isn't a negotiation, Ivan Ivanovich.
General, you can disagree all you like, but there's very little you can do to persuade me it wasn't a dinosaur.
I might not be able to persuade you, but I can always have you shown.
Okay. That seems a little extreme. Yeah, Ivan Ivanovich. What a name, right? Uh-oh. Should I be doing this? Oh! Oh! Guess maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Noted. I don't know how it doesn't see me here, but I'm gonna just go for it. If I can jump. Boop. We'll wait here. Oop. Maybe use both hands to hang on. That's just me. Just killed some eggs too. Very cool. Not suspicious at all. Metal Gear? Oh, is that another dinosaur coming? Or like Toy Story. Yeah, the music is really nice. That's a strong eggshell too, holy.
You hid in an egg.
Yes, General. I hid in an egg.
I am glad to hear your military training was not wasted. If only I had a single legion of men as brave and ingenious as you, with only 100 men equipped with eggs to hide in, we could roll across Europe in a day.
General, are you mocking me?
You are as sharp as you are brave, Tavarish.
No. Just once. As far as I know. I don't actually know if I set it up. So you can only vote once or not? But my intention was to just vote once. Oh, is that a salamander? No, it's just a mushroom. Tree fitty. There's that too. Tree fitty. I wonder if this is like considered a different level already, because the scene shifted very quickly. I imagine not, because I think it said this game is supposed to be like 4 hours. I don't know how many levels there are though, to be fair. Whoops. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it definitely feels very It Takes Two. It kind of feels, like a cross between It Takes Two and Little Nightmares, I think is how... Those are like my first two impressions of it. Like, animation style, definitely It Takes Two. Play style, more like Little Nightmares, but yeah, the running animation for sure. Definitely Cody.
I couldn't believe it. I still struggle to believe it. A whole lost city, buried in that jungle deep below the crust of the earth. Who would have thought it was possible?
Who indeed?
Ooh,
It is, of course, a
indeed.
shame you didn't think to record the moment for posterity and help us all to get over our disbelief.
But I did, General, I did! My training was excellent, and I immediately took out my comsomolets and began to document all I could.
Comsomolets. Comsomolets. I also hope there's cool frogs in this. That would be excellent. There were some cool dragonflies earlier. The more you see similarities to Hades, that's nice. I think, okay. It's always cool to see, I guess,
So,
what games
where is this
take from
camera
each
now,
other,
then?
I guess, if that makes sense.
General, yes.
Or maybe not takes from, but
What, of course, I meant to say
the
was my
components
training
of one
was
game
excellent, and
that
I
inspires another.
immediately reached for my camera, only to realize it must have been torn from my utility belt in the crash and lost forever in that forgotten jungle.
Can I bring it far enough? Oh, yes, okay. Definitely inspired by Hades. Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's like, I haven't really played Marvel Rivals yet, but I've watched a lot of people play at this point, I feel like, and seeing
A horrendous beast had returned.
all the similarities between, like, Overwatch and
Perhaps
Marvel
it was
Rivals.
angry it had been fooled by an egg-wearing idiot.
That is unkind, General. It may have been small of brain, but it was grand of stature.
Whereas you, Ivan Ivanovich, are lacking in both
Ivan
departments.
Ivanovich.
Presuming there were no more eggs to hide in,
Did you have a new plan?
I did, General.
Please, do tell me, what was this brilliant plan?
Run!
Ran
Run!
like hell,
Yeah,
General.
we're running. Except I can't run any faster than this. And bro's just watching. Oh! I jumped too early.
Please,
Okay,
Don't tell me.
we did not
what
need to come
was
back this
this
far.
brilliant plan?
I ran like hell, General.
Oh, thank the Lord. I didn't have to do that again. Woo. Okay, maybe keep running.
Will our intrepid yet doomed hero survive the jaws of the ferocious dinosaur? Will he meet his end miles underground as an aperitif for a ravenous raptor? What dark secrets could be buried in the lost city of Agartha? Will the general ever discover the location of his lost bomb? All of these questions and more will be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Huh. Okay. That was pretty fast. I do like that it is like a movie, almost. Hold on. So, episode 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's a lot actually. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh.
What luck! What a miracle! One moment I was rushing into the fetid tonsils of that horrible monster. The next, I was plummeting downwards to the jungle floor beyond its reach. I prayed I would land on something soft.
Perhaps your head.
But nothing could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. An epic saga of
Oof.
pride, power, and revolution.
Ugh.
A struggle for freedom, the likes of which our world has never seen. And it happened like this.
Okay, so I wonder if this was, like, released in parts. Like Life is Strange. And that's, like, what all these episodes are. Whoa! It's Gollum! What? Okay, there's many Gollums. Not Gollum. But might as well be Gollum. Hi, Jess.
Who were those strange, gentle monsters who towered above me? I could only guess they were the lost tribe of the Mienf,
Man.
earlier race of people. But why were they so fearful of those ancient gates that lay just beyond their village?
Boil him, mash him, stick him in a stew?
Why?
It's probably, like, cannibalism adjacent.
Yes, I'm also wondering why.
Ну а как же, генерал? Who was I to question such things? Trapped as I was deep underground.
You return for mental breakdown number 9869.
Little Orpheus.
I'm glad you've returned. I'm sorry that you had a mental breakdown in the first place. Hugs to you. But congrats on making it through that many mental breakdowns. I think that's something that should be celebrated. What's Didas? Precious.
You talk of a great city, a mighty power. Yet your nymph squatted like savages in huts at its boundary.
They did. And the answer to that
Ooh.
mystery lay beyond my grasp at that point. Because it was a wonder, it truly was.
I definitely thought it was like a ball of lava. This man was just raw dogging it with his hands. Something you would know about. You don't actually know how many you've had. Well, my point still stands. I think it's worth celebrating coming out on the other side of any number of mental breakdowns, even if there are more to come.
Myself.
Oh, General, if only you could. Unfortunately, as I shall explain, should you seek Agartha now, you wouldn't find it. It has been utterly destroyed.
I don't know how I feel about our main character. I feel like we're full of shit right now. I don't believe us at all, even if we're the ones
Utterly
telling the story.
destroyed?
Utterly, General, a tragic loss.
A convenient loss.
I imagine archaeologists...
Hades was
weeping as
alright. I
told
didn't win. I only did like
But
3
most
runs, but I didn't win any of
before we
them.
continue, you must understand one
That's
crucial
okay.
fact about its destruction.
Which is?
It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, sad. But it's okay. Maybe next time. Whoa. This is, not good. India, did Laura ever finish watching Lord of the Rings, do you know? I don't know if she might still be here, but... Yeah, first playthrough. Seems very silly. I don't know if you've played either games, but I was just saying earlier that it feels like a mix between It Takes Two and Little Nightmares. What is this? You watch the 3 main movies, okay. Hi.
Those poor, unfortunate Yankf. Trapped and kidnapped and dragged away.
Well,
return
there
as
she is.
vicious foot soldiers to some unknown tyrant.
Did you, and you were watching the
There was
extended ones,
something
right?
familiar about the Shtukovina they were forced to wear on their heads, which I was sure were being used to control and enslave them.
And what was that?
General, it curiously resembled the radio sets I used to tinker with as a child.
Radio sets?
Okay, so you were watching the
It was very
normal
curious.
ones.
It was extremely curious.
You watched the extended editions, okay. You've played both games? Okay, yeah, so I think, yeah. Oh, hold on. Do I need to do something here? It seems like animation-wise and controls-wise, it's very similar to It Takes Two. Like Amortis was just saying that the way that this guy runs is very similar to Cody in It Takes Two. And even, like, the story, I would say, is pretty, not, like, similar, but, like, comparable. But then the side-scrolling nature and the actual feel of the gameplay feels more like Little Nightmares. Speak friend and enter. Yeah, Little Nightmares. What did you, which movie was your favorite? How did you feel about, okay, Lord of the Rings spoilers if you haven't seen it. But, there's the ending scene in the 3rd movie. I guess I can just say that, so maybe no spoilers. How did you feel about the ending scene of the 3rd movie? Well, maybe not like the ending, but like when, okay, maybe small spoiler. When they're all like, it's the wedding, right? Of, what's her face and what's his face? Faramir and what's her face? I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. You don't remember? Okay. Not when they're like going off to the Holy Land, but like when huh? I don't like these guys. Too much movie? Yeah, that's fair. The 3rd ending out of the 14 that were in Return of the King? Yeah. Pretty much the scene where Aragorn is like, oh, is like, you bow to no one, my
An
friends.
ancient
Did you cry?
technological metropolis, powered by a glowing resin, carved from the very earth?
A glowing resin carved from the very earth. Do you see, General?
I fear you are about to enlighten me.
Little Orpheus must have been drained by the impact, but whoever had stolen it and brought it here was no doubt planning to use the Agarthan resin to charge up the atomic bomb, restoring the device to its full potential. What sort of man would come up with such a monstrously reckless scheme?
Perhaps the type of man who has such limited understanding of atomic energy that he thinks an ancient
Good luck with your
metropolis can be
dishes,
powered
Laura.
by
Thank you
shiny
for the alert.
marbles.
You cry like a little bitch and you think back on it and you laugh at how many endings there were, but you still get emotional. Yeah. It gets me
D,
too.
get the hell out of here.
Thank you for the blurpy, Jess. Do you have any food? Uh, huh. Okay, okay. Hold on. Do I do anything here? Whoa. And the controls are a little funky though sometimes, especially with the interact. You just don't have the energy to make anything. That's fair. Do you think you'd be able to sleep so you don't have to think about how hungry you are? Ah, you saw it in theater on opening weekend. That must have been crazy. People were really getting annoyed at the multiple endings, even though it was still cutting huge sections from the book. So there are, like... I guess I didn't even know that there were multiple endings. You need to sleep all day for work since you start at 10:45 p.m. Ugh. Good luck to you. I don't know. Props to whoever is able to work a night shift, because I think I would go crazy if I had to work a night shift. It's so peaceful? That's good then. I have definitely, like, considered it before, but I think, like... I don't think I would necessarily consider myself, like, a... Like, you have, the early birds and night owls, whatever. I don't know if I would really consider myself either. But, I don't know. I feel like I go through phases. Like, I feel like, oh. Obviously, this, I'm kind of doing a thing which is causing me to stay up late. But sometimes I'm just, like, up late. And then I just, like, don't get tired. And then I'm kind of just degenning. But then other times I just wake up, like, super early, too. So I don't know. Where am I supposed to go? But yeah, I think it does sound, like, peaceful for sure. I think I would like to be able to do it, but I don't think I could. Whoop. What kind of light is that? Holy cow. Also the moment set hours, okay. Theatrical version seems to be ending after the Aragorn-Arwen wedding. And it arguably should have. But the book has a whole scouring of this... Oh, that's right. I do remember that. Scouring of the Shire. That was not included in the film. Which you weren't getting prior to shifting to overnights. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're getting stable hours at least. Yeah, I think I need to... I'm trying to figure out whether I need to find whether I want to keep, like, unemployment, or if I want to find something that's going to, like, get me more. But I don't know how much I can realistically work with my school schedule. And so it's kind of like this weird... Am I gonna make more money on unemployment, or am I gonna make more money if I find a job?
Subterranean city. Yet what you describe sounds strangely familiar. It does in some way bear an uncanny resemblance to the glorious architecture of Comrade Alexei Dushkin. Wouldn't you agree?
Donyet, General. I have never heard of this great Tavarish Dushkin or his works.
Interesting. Because you were photographed on the steps of his marvelous Vysotka na Krasnich Varotach, shaking hands with the Glavny constructor.
That was the chief designer? The sweaty little fat man with the bad hearing?
Mind your mouth, Ivan Ivanovich. And don't strike me by slandering one of the great...
I do remember your tattoo idea, yeah.
Without him, neither of us would be...
It's a really cool idea.
Must remember to thank him for that, General.
Madam JC went and got a mani-pedi today, and you were a lazy ass and you just watched movies most of the day. Office Space, Super Troopers, and Waterboy. All good movies. Nothing wrong with a movie day. Yeah. Yeah, I need to save as well. And so I'm trying to... Hey, wait. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what I need to do. And they really like the idea, that's good. I haven't had a tattoo yet, so I don't know. But I feel like... I imagine it's a lot more reassuring and comforting when your artist, like, also really likes the idea. Rather than just, like, doing something for the money, I guess. Plus, they're non-binary. Nice. Good tattoos cost good money. Yeah, for sure. So it's really comfy. Good. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that.
Those enslaved mink were trying to stop me. I was sure of that now.
I find myself sympathizing with them, I must admit.
No, General, then I have failed to win you over.
Wait, where's the ball?
A point of agreement at last.
Here. You learned that the hard way when you were younger. You have good tattoos and a couple of shitty ones for your time in the Navy. Oh, wait a second. What the heck? Okay, I see. And I gotta go fast. Which is hard when you run so slow. Is that any faster? Please. Hello? Orpheus? Not Orpheus? Ivanovich? Can you use this lever? No. already messed it up. Unless I can get the lever on the first try. Okay, this should work. Ooh, yes! Thank you. $100 per hour and or something like that, and they said for your tattoo it'll be a full day session. Ooh. Yeah. That's a lot of money, but I'm sure it'll be worth it. I hope you're able to save soon, because I'm excited for you for that. It's gonna take a few months, gotcha.
Are you mocking me?
That would be unprofessional, comrade.
I will try harder to convince you then. It is, after all, a cautionary tale of unleashed tyranny.
It is a cautionary tale of unleashed idiocy.
Idiocy.
But please, do continue.
Full sleeve on your left arm, 5 sessions over a few months, and $1,200. Whew. Pennsylvania, 6 to 900. Uh-oh. He's not even hanging on to anything. How much their day prices are so you can work it out? Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I stepped from the cable car onto a plateau at the center of the city, where a palace, a vast acropolis, stood. I was reminded of Chelyabinsk Sorok.
May I ask how you know of Chelyabinsk Sorok?
Chelyabinsk Sorek.
My Aunt Masha was a traveling tinker who married a beef investigator from Zlatoust. She told me of a secret but wonderful city in the west. An edifice of sheer power, humbly serving the will and needs of the people.
Yes, unfortunately, that story didn't end so well.
No. That's what Auntie Marcia told me. And perhaps that is why I was also reminded of it. Because the moment I touched the floor in that place, I could tell something was very, very wrong.
I'm trying to go that way. No! Come back. What happens if I follow you into the light? Is that bad? Oh! Oh! Yep. Bad.
Began to shake alarmingly, and the whole city felt as if it was shuddering. I could only imagine what I would find in the heart of the vast temple.
If it isn't a giant glowing marble, I'm going to be very disappointed.
You gotta pay someone to wipe?
A huge resin sphere that overshadowed all of the others. I caught glimpses through the twisted architecture, and it was then I saw him. Him? The thief? The enslaver?
Whoa.
The tyrant? Sucking the power from this wondrous city as he drained the very lifeblood of the ancient civilization and drew it into the atomic embrace of little Orpheus. With a song in my heart, I raced onwards to stop him.
Yeah. Do I do anything with this? Hard to tell when the controls are so finicky. I feel like I probably do need to do something with that. Most artists charge the time it takes to draw a sketch. The tattoo on paper before they even start on you. And they'll design it for you nice.
Drained of its power, the magical heart of the city cracked, and it sent shockwaves through the world around me. A true monster, General, willing to bring down the mountain itself upon Agartha and bury it forever in his ruthless scheme. I could not save that wondrous place, General, to my shame and regret. But I resolved myself to avenge the men, to recapture little Orpheus, and to bring that tyrant to justice.
Will our plucky yet careless hero fall forever through those unknown skies? Will he discover the identity of the brutal thief commanding the army of the Menkth? What chance does he have of ever returning to his beloved homeland? How long can the general's patience last? All of these questions and more will definitely be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Okay. Of whales and worms.
I plummeted down through.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break before I start this next chapter. Yeah, I'm gonna play some ads too and stuff, so feel free to get up and walk around and stretch and do what you need to do. And I'll be back in a few. And yeah, if you haven't seen the pinned message, you can vote for my next first playthrough game if you're interested. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate it. Oop, I forgot to pause my timer again. Oh, don't lay on my keyboard, please. Okay, I'll pause it for like 10 minutes, and I'm gonna forget again, but that's okay. Our artist will draw and design on your behalf, and the cost of this is absorbed into your tattoo. That sounds good, right? I think.
That weird sky towards a great turbulent ocean that roared and swelled. A ferocious sea that offered no hope
I
of
don't know
survival.
either.
I thought of home.
Absorbed
and the
into your
wind,
tattoo.
unaware that in an instant, my fortunes would be changed by an event so bizarre. I almost hesitate to tell you.
It sounds good, but I have no idea either.
A giant whale?
It was huge, General.
You were swallowed by a giant whale.
Yes, General.
You look remarkably well for a man who was swallowed by a whale.
I am blessed with a strong constitution, General.
Ooh. Okay, this seems cool.
And I assume you are now going to tell me how you managed to escape from the belly of this giant whale.
Naturally, General. And I must say, it really was a fascinating glimpse into the interior life of one of our world's most magnificent beasts. I consider myself a wiser man after this experience.
Oh, so squishy. They did not have to go hard into those details, but they did.
It was an extraordinary place, General. I could perhaps deliver a lecture on the subject to Moscow University's Zoological Society, if you like. I only want to help.
The Moscow University Zoological Society has, I suspect, better things to do than listen to the ramblings of a man who claims he was swallowed by a whale.
It is a shame, General. People can be so closed-minded.
I, on the other hand, have little choice but to hear you out. For your own sake, Ivan Ivanovich, I must urge you to be brief.
Absolutely, General. I will tell you directly of my miraculous escape from the belly of the whale. You simply won't believe what happened next.
That is becoming dangerously over you.
And so I found myself deep within the whale's organs. A strangely beautiful place. A sort of fleshy wonderland. A glade of polyps. And so I found myself deep within the whale's organs. A strangely beautiful place. A sort of fleshy wonderland. A glade of polyps and globules. A landscape
Polyps and
as
globules.
awe-inspiring in its way as the forests and mountains of Altai. Oh, General, that I yearned and longed for, and only hoped, as I hope now, that I might one day see again.
I think we're all longing for home at this point.
Oh, with warm slippers, a mug of steaming Spitzin, and a roaring fire. Not far from home, trapped inside a monstrous fish with only the strange and evil-looking worms that infested its gut for company. With only one's dedication to one's country and mission to keep one from falling into despair. But no, General, I could not. I had to escape, to find little Orpheus and my way back to the surface and home.
Oh. Oh, there's fall damage. Alright, I guess just fall death. Oh.
Worms, you say, living inside the whale.
Oh, they were horrid things, those worms, General. And most unwelcome, I would say. Parasites. I had no idea just how big the infestation was, nor of the tremendous sizes they could grow to.
Whoa.
At that point, my thoughts were only of escape. And I had a plan.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
Oh. At least we're helping the whale, I guess.
These worms, they made your Nivirayadni whale sick.
Wherever they attached themselves, the flesh began to turn gray and die. It was a truly distressing sight. And I resolved myself to assist the whale by removing the leeches wherever I could find them during my escape.
Oop.
In my mind, it was a simple plan, General. I would climb up through the whale's throat into its mouth, then wait
Hi,
until it opened
Gary.
it.
Sophie, hello. Gary, welcome, welcome. How was your stream? Jess, welcome back. Does this work yet? No, it does not. You're also part of this read. I appreciate it. 4 hours of practice, one run that was decent. Hey, that's better than none, I guess, right? I saw that you were at PB19 as well, which is crazy. So GG's on that. I am doing well. I'm playing through Little Orpheus for the first time, and it's been a wild ride. I'm also tired, but I'm trying to not tell myself that I'm tired. The practice was super helpful for the long-term part of the run. Good. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, if you guys don't know Gary, check him out. Thank you for the follow. He is also working on Pantheon 5 hit lists. He's also just like an incredible gamer in general. Like that's the thing he's working on now, but I know that he does a lot of hit list stuff in general. Kind of known for Cuphead and stuff, but also does a lot of like Mario 64 like speed running challenge runs with various stars and like nosy buttons and stuff like that. Just a excellent gamer. Does a lot of hit list stuff as well. Very cool. Also, Gary's just a sweetheart. Everybody loves Gary. So go check him out. Yeah, we're playing through Little Orpheus. We are doing a subathon to celebrate 3 years of streaming. Yes, he is also Jess's husband. That is true. So pinned message if you are interested in voting for the next game that I play as a first playthrough game, feel free. I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't really know what's going on, but I'm gonna keep that up for about a week, so whenever I stream in the next week, I'll have that pinned as well. But yeah, if you have a game you'd like to see me play, feel free to vote. I think I added another option as well, but I mainly chose the games that I currently have access to. And yeah, these are our sub milestones. And so we're doing pretty good. And I think I've been saying that just once the timer runs out, I'm probably going to keep going. Anyways, I don't know how long. I kind of want to see if I can do a full 24 hours, but I don't know if I'll be able to. So we're gonna see. But yeah, we're just kind of chilling, trying to another crab's treasure. Awesome. I think I've heard a lot of good things about that. Meds reminder for chat. Thank you, Jess. Yes, if anybody has meds they need to take them now. Yeah, another crab's treasure is like, because I haven't really played a lot of Souls games. I've only played Elden Ring, and I feel like another crab's treasure is a nice like way to ease myself in, I guess, is how I should say that. But yeah, so far Little Orpheus has been pretty cool. Very fun. And the story is very interesting as well. Little goofy, little silly. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Thank you for coming with the raid. Death's Door. I think I have that on my wish list maybe, or maybe I have it on, I don't know if I have it on Game Pass, but I think I've seen it on Game Pass. Oh, I do have, no, that's Have a Nice Death. Oh, I do have Death's Door on here. Yeah, that is on my wish list. Okay. Oh, they removed it from Game Pass. Unfortunate. I'll keep an eye out on Steam then. Good to know. Good to know. A lot of games on sale right now, but I don't think there's like a sale or anything. Interesting. Such a great game, amazing story. Ooh, okay. I will definitely keep an eye on it. Is Twitch on Switch? I want to say yes. At least, I'm pretty sure YouTube is. So I don't know why Twitch wouldn't be. But I'm not 100% sure.
Feed and swim out.
Ah, yes. Brilliant, Ivan Ivanovich. Only one or two minor flaws with it. For example, did it not occur to you that the whale will likely be deep underwater when it ate?
We brava, General, but I am a strong swimmer.
Congrats on
As a
17
child, my
morels,
parents would
Gary.
take us to holiday near Irkutsk, where we took constitutionals in the waters of Lake Baikal.
Just
In
congrats
fact,
on your
my mother
first
often
morel.
called me her маленький морской котик.
Ooh, cutscene. Thank you, Soph. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming with the raid. Ooh, coin flip prediction. We haven't done one of these in a little bit. Thank you, Soph. I appreciate it. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Thank you for the follow as well. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend if I don't see you. Heads or tails? 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Starting now. Get your points in. Bet on heads or tails. Calling all lurkers, calling all lurkers. Bet your channel points on whether a coin is going to land on heads or tails. You have 30 minutes. And I will try to remind you along the way, but I will probably forget. So, stay on top of it. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see each other around for sure. But yeah, I appreciate you coming with the raid. Hi, Squishy. Are you in bed, Jess?
A giant worm for a giant whale, huh?
At the risk of repeating myself, it was huge, General.
The Moscow University Zoological Society may be interested after all.
No, not you.
Let us take a moment, Ivan Ivanovich. Your ridiculous plan to escape through the mouth of the whale failing, you would now have me believe you had embarked on some misguided crusade to free it of the worm infestation.
How are you, Squishy?
To what end, exactly?
When one suffers, we all suffer, General.
It's not on Switch. Ah, I'm sorry. Yes, happy Valentine's Day, true.
Your ideological commitment is admirable, comrade, but...
I concluded that if I could find the root of the infestation and neutralize it, the whale could mount a spirited counterattack against the worms.
How is work, Squishy? Ugh. Thank you for
Happy
the
3-year stream anniversary, less than 3.
thank you for the 50 bits, Squishy. I appreciate it. Oop. Do I go up here? A lot of people buying presents for their lovers. Yeah, I ran to the store earlier to buy some Red Bull, and I forgot that it was Valentine's Day.
Victorious, the whale would surface to expel the remaining poisonous muck and slime from its body. And at that point, I could escape through the nearest convenient orifice. In this case, most likely the blowhole.
That is the most revolting thing I've ever heard.
General, we are Russians. We have withstood the sheer force of nature and history and emerged triumphant. An expedition through the nasal sphincter of a gargantuan whale is nothing to us.
Yeah, and people, the store was packed with people just trying to buy. Oh, where am I going? Trying to buy, like, flowers and stuff. Like, the the workers, I felt so bad for them because they were just running around trying to keep the flowers stocked. It was crazy.
I could escape through the nearest convenient orifice. In this case, most likely the blowhole.
That is the most revolting thing I've ever heard.
General, we are Russians. We have withstood the sheer force of nature and history and emerged triumphant. An expedition through the nasal sphincter of a gargantuan whale is nothing to us.
Oh, should I have checked the other ones too? Yeah, I should have. Oh. I'm glad we're friends too, Squishy.
And then, victorious, the whale would surface to expel the remaining poisonous muck and slime from its body. And at that
I did
point,
buy
I could
myself
escape
flowers.
through the nearest convenient orifice. In this case,
And they're
most
pretty,
likely
but
the
they were
blowhole.
also kind of expensive, so I don't know if it was worth it.
I've ever heard.
General, we are Russians. We have withstood the sheer force of nature and history and emerged triumphant. An expedition through the nasal
Strasbourg,
sphincter of a
hello,
gargantuan
welcome.
whale is nothing to us.
Congrats on your first morel. Mushroom power. How are you doing, Strasbourg? Yep, love Miley. I wasn't even planning on it or anything, but I saw a really pretty bouquet and I was like, do I want that? And I was like, I shouldn't, but then I was like, but they're so pretty. And I caved and I bought them. And, I don't know, I don't regret it, but I also definitely should not have spent the money, I don't think. They were like 24 USD, which is like apparently fine, but I just like, I shouldn't really be spending money right now frivolously. You took Malika to the store to smell the flowers today? That's so fun! I do enjoy smelling flowers as well. You shouldn't have. I didn't.
I suppose you would have me believe that the whale was grateful to you.
Well, General, that would be presumptuous. I doubt it was even aware of my presence.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
I had more immediate problems. For if the whale might have been relieved by my actions, the worms were enraged.
Worms
Furious.
Worms
Incandescent.
do not feel
Violently indignant.
emotions.
Demented, General. Deranged.
I'm sure worms do feel emotions. Happy birthday, Belen, yeah.
Where is little Orpheus? Where is my bow? Unless you are trying to tell me the whale swallowed that as well.
Oh,
No, it did not, General. That would be absurd.
No, Ivan Ivanovich, you...
they do have many hearts, yeah.
Where is little Orpheus? Where is my bomb? Unless you are trying to tell me the whale swallowed that as well.
No, it did not, General. That would be absurd.
No, Ivan Ivanovich, you are absurd. Your story is absurd. This whole ridiculous fairy tale is absurd.
Okay, I still don't really know how I feel about us being a reliable narrator, but I would rather us be right than the general be right, so I hope that everything is true.
brave yet foolhardy hero escape the furious worm? Will he be doomed to spend his days trapped in the innards of a bad-tempered cetacean? Where is the whale swimming to in such a rush? And what will it do when it gets there? Is the general about to lose his temper and order the cosmonaut shot? All of these questions and more must surely be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Alright. That one was really short. Points update. We have 5k in heads and 10.3k in tails. Still plenty of time left. Maybe like 20 minutes or so to get your bets in. Hello, Kitty. Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't actually know. Kitty, yes. This is
Blew from the
Calypso.
whale's blowhole like a supersonic jet. And below me, the ocean became a sheltered bay studded with white shapes. You will be amazed as my epic journey unfolds. For here, it was about to take a most unexpected turn. And
Thank you, Strasburg. I appreciate
like
it.
this.
No worries, Squishy. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, we're in, winter now. My leg is hurt. Again. Okay, we're running fine now. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa.
It was a beautiful but deadly wasteland. Freezing cold, brutally chilling. Enough to kill a man in hours.
Yet here you are.
Indeed, General. An
Indeed.
impoverished childhood playing in the streets of Omsk during those bitter
Omsk.
winters had made me hardy.
I thought you said you grew up in Altai.
Ah, General, the life of a poor toy maker's family. We had to move from place to place just to find work.
I like these walruses. They're like spotted. And they're fun colors. Oop. Hi. I imagine I'm supposed to do something with this. There it is. Maybe? I think it's a walrus. I'm not sure though. I think sea lions are the cute ones. Oh. Oh. They're kind of rude. He was just chilling. Good morning, Balder. Bring my mic a little closer now. Oh, hi. Sorry. She do be vibing is true. This is her favorite spot to be. Until I start coughing up a lung, then she's out of here. Let's see. I did Arctic Eggs. I did some Hades, and I've been playing this. That's been about it so far. Wow! Okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to do that, though. Throwing flying? That was a big boy, too. How'd you sleep, Balder? Oh. 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 What the heck? It's like a mammoth in there. Probably.
Sanikov left, eh? Of course, Sanikov himself reported nothing more than a bluish fog on the horizon. Your island may be nothing more than the product of overactive imaginations.
General, consider this. Imagine taking a simple peasant, a pig shepherd, for example, and telling him one day humans would fly around the earth beyond the sky. He would say you were stark raving mad, Saldafon, a ridiculous Kazyol Baradati, a buffoon stuffed into a military uniform, a pridurak, a chuchela tuparile.
This peasant of yours had better watch his mouth if he doesn't want to spend his holidays in Solovyetsky. Perhaps you should return to your story.
Whoops. Hello. Am I stuck? Um. Um.
flew from the whale's blowhole like a supersonic jet.
I did break
And
it,
below me, the ocean
unfortunately.
became a sheltered bay studded with wild shapes. You will be amazed as my epic journey
My reaction time was
unfolds.
not
For here
fast
was
enough.
about to take a most unexpected turn, and it happened like this.
Broken leg. Let's go. We see the whale.
It was a beautiful but deadly wasteland. Freezing cold, brutally chilly, enough to kill a man in hours.
Yet here you are.
Indeed, General.
Indeed.
An impoverished childhood playing in the streets of Omsk during those bitter winters had made me hungry.
I thought you said you grew up in Altai.
Ah, General, the life of a poor toy maker's family. We had to move from place to place just to find work.
It's crazy. Hi, Kyle. GG on the 10 morels. How are you? Whoops. Been a rough week, but hoping this week will be better. I'm sorry you had a rough week. I also hope that your weekend and upcoming week is better. And thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, if you feel the need to vent or rant or just want to talk to somebody, my DMs are open.
Eh? Of course, Sanikov himself reported nothing more than a bluish fog on the horizon. Your island may be nothing more than the product of overactive imaginations.
General, consider this. Imagine taking a simple peasant, a pig shepherd, for example, and telling him one day humans would fly around the earth beyond the sky. He would say you were stark raving mad, Saldafon, a ridiculous Kaziol Baradati, a buffoon stuffed into a military uniform, a pridurak, a chuchela tuparile.
This peasant of yours had better watch his mouth if he doesn't want to spend his holidays in Salavietsky. Perhaps you should return to your story.
Ah. I did it. I almost messed up again.
There in the cliff, I could not believe it. A hairy elephant, trapped and frozen in the ice.
A mammoth.
No, General, a hairy elephant. Who would think such a thing could be?
You resigned from your job of 22 years this weekend has been a fairly traumatic process. Man, 22 years is a long time. I am so sorry to hear that. I'm sure it was not an easy decision, and if you had to make that decision after 22 years, I'm sure it wasn't easy. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that. And I'm sorry that the process has been traumatic. But I hope maybe there's some kind of silver lining in there. Like, hopefully there was a good reason that you had to do this, as unfortunate as it is, but I hope that it all turns out okay for you. The process has confirmed it was the right call.
It's true
Okay.
as a blizzard.
That is good,
One
then.
foot grimly in front of the other, blinded by the snow. My nose becoming quite blue. My thoughts of home crushed under the weight of the plummeting temperature.
I am bored, Ivan Ivanovich, and sick to my teeth of listening to this rubbish. Let us speak plainly now. You will tell me where my bomb is, or I will have you shot.
I am just getting to that, General.
Shot! Comrade Primal! Shot with real bullets, fired from a real gun, not some ludicrous Bultavia about lost cities and dinosaurs and mink and mammoth.
Not 46 hours.
No! I
I'm
will
only-
not tolerate anymore!
I'm approaching 11
Where
hours.
is the bomb, Ivan Ivanovich? Where is little Orpheus?
It was right there. What? It was there. At least I realized it must be.
Where?
There?
On Sonic Land?
Yes, General. Because as the storm began to clear, I realized with a strange excitement and trepidation that I was not alone on Sunnycliff Land.
I think like 48 hours, I said 48 is like the max that I would do. And I kind of went into this thinking like, I'm going to prepare as if I was going to do the whole 48 hours, but I wasn't really expecting to do the whole 48 hours. So, yeah. And then even once this timer runs out, I'm probably going to see how much longer I can go. So we'll see. I would like to see if I could get to 24, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Because I think I've done 12-hour streams a couple of times. I've maybe done like one 13-hour stream. But yeah, I've never done 24 or anything.
Wait.
It's crazy.
Go back. You say these lifeboats came from Zarya. A Russian ship?
Zarya returned home, but not with all of her crew. And here were the missing lifeboats, trapped in the ice for all of these years. And it could only mean one thing.
That you are continuing to hang lapsha on my ears.
I want to see if I can at least make it to morning. 24 hours? That'd be cool. If I can make it to morning, though, I'd be happy with that. I'd be content.
Baron Edward von Toll. Of course, I remember reading about this tragic expedition at school. We were taught he had died a hero's death out on the icy wastes, searching for Sanikov land. Yet what if, in doing so, he had sailed accidentally into the interior, deep below the crust of the world? A fellow citizen of the surface. I had to try and find him.
Oh, did I forget about the coin prediction? Sorry, I didn't remind you guys like I said I would. But I also did say that I was gonna forget, so... Okay. Flashbang warning. What are the stakes here? We have... Oh, pretty equal actually. 11k in heads, with Jess putting in 5,010 shrooms, and we have 10.6k in tails, with Amortis putting in 10,244 shrooms. Excellent. So, pretty equal. Drum roll. Heads. Ooh. Rip Amortis and the one other person who voted tails. GG Jess, GG Kyle. Sorry, Soph. Choose outcome. Outcome is heads. Complete. Am I sure heads is the correct outcome? Pretty sure. Yes. Kyle, Jess, plus one more. GG on the win. Should have approximately doubled what you put in. And then Amortis and Soph, better luck next time when you have the points to do this again. You got 9k. Nice. That's hot. Doubled your investment. Hell yeah. That's like, the benefits of gambling. Uh-oh.
A dead explorer stole my bow.
Not dead, General, but quite insane.
He has a hand on a stick?
Perhaps
Is that
it
his
was
hand?
The loss
Oh,
of the
yeah.
arm, or the leg, or the long years in isolation. But Toll was clearly mad.
You should have got along perfectly then.
How I wish we had. But no, General. Whatever Toll's intention with little Orpheus was, I had no time to consider it. I was in mortal peril once more.
What you thinking about him, Mortis? Loss. I'm so sorry for your loss. Whew. No, X, you're gonna change it up on me after the last two have been A?
So, you believe that Toll had somehow enslaved the Mienkiv and bent them to his will?
I do, General. It was obvious. Why else would they serve him? And how else could they be so different from their free comrades? These odd helmets they wore, it was the science of our times. No doubt about it. Although fused with some strange crystal technology I could not recognize. To be honest with you, it didn't seem appropriate to stop and ask them.
I could. Wait, can I? Ah!
This Toll, you say he was an explorer?
Yes, General, he was. He vanished some 60 years ago. I remember the story well.
And you say he stole little Orpheus?
To get home, General. To get home. I think he must have thought he could use the atomic bomb to blast his way back to the surface.
Brilliant, Ivan Ivanovich! And you expect me to believe that 100-year-old madman not only survived below the Earth's crust, but enslaved his Mienkiv, explored the lost worlds, and discovered the secrets of atomic power, all by himself?
A Tsarist general! An imperialist! No doubt harking back to the terrible days before the Great Revolution. And Estonian!
Estonian?
Estonian, General!
They are wily people.
Mm.
hive minds stretched away into the distance. And I sometimes wondered if I would ever find my way out. But I never gave up, General.
Of course you didn't. You are a hero, Ivan Ivanovich.
No, General. No. I am no hero. I am a simple toymaker's son from Tomsk.
Omsk.
General?
Omsk. You said Tomsk.
I said Omsk.
You said Tomsk.
General, I think I am well aware of the city of my birth.
Perhaps all the moving around as a child confused you.
Okay, I'm really curious. Because I think we're lying. So the story is very interesting to me. Ooh! Hi. I wonder if there's anything there. What the heck? That was not that high. Okay, yeah. So I go all the way up. There could have been something interesting there, which is why I checked. You always gotta check, just in case. Yeah, so that's where I just was. Okay, so yeah, I can't go this way. This man is just staring. Grab the wheel. Please. Grab the wheel. Please. I'm not gonna catch him.
On we flew across the deserted, frozen plateau. I was single-handedly in
Ah!
pursuit,
Whoops.
dogged in my determination. I would take back little Orpheus and prevent Toll from detonating the bomb.
Ah, you are as humble as ever, Tavarish.
Well, General, you are a great military leader, a great strategist, whereas I am simply the humble son of a watchtoy. Well, General, you are a great military leader, a great strategist, whereas I am simply the humble son of a watchtoy. Toy maker, and driven by patriotic fever, with no regard for my own safety, I rushed blindly on.
Get back. Oh, and I have a helmet.
Will our courageous yet unfortunate hero drown in the depths of an inhospitable frozen sea? Will he thaw out in time to prevent Toll from detonating the bomb? Will the general holiday in Omsk next year? Or Tomsk? Or perhaps both? What exactly is the difference between a mammoth and a hairy elephant? All of these questions and more should almost certainly be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Okay. I'm gonna BRB again before I start the next one. Yeah, I'm gonna play some ads, so feel free. Let me pause my timer. Feel free to get up and do whatever you need to do for the few minutes while I'm gone. And if you haven't already, vote for next first playthrough game. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Okie dokie. Oh boy, 3 a.m.
I thought I was doomed. But a miraculous thing happened, General. I could breathe. It must have been the helmet that was jammed onto my head. It was a strange and remarkable thing.
Some might almost say beyond belief.
A narrow-minded fool may indeed, General. But of course, you are no Durak. But even as I sank towards the floor of that lost ocean, my journey was about to take me to darker, stranger territory than ever before. And it happened like this.
Always has to be an underwater level. Ooh.
Let me see if I have this correctly. After narrowly failing to apprehend the mad missing explorer Toll and recapture my atomic bomb in your giant snowball, you fell through thin ice and sank to the bottom of a subterranean ocean, discovering along the way that the mind control helmet
Limu.
you had accidentally
Thank
wedged
you,
onto
I
your
appreciate
head enabled
that.
you to breathe underwater
I'm
and
sleepy.
resume your pursuit across the seabed.
But I'm doing alright otherwise. How are you?
General, you seem perplexed.
Perplexed? Perplexed is that the keys to my house are not where I left them. Perplexed
going
is the
pretty
fact
well,
my
though.
dog will not eat
I've been having a
cheese
good
like
time.
other dogs. No, Ivan Ivanovich.
Rough night, but we
I am
awake.
not perplexed.
I'm sorry you had a rough night. Hopefully, maybe you can get a nice little gamer nap in today. Make up for
Intrigued,
it.
then, perhaps.
I'm not sure intrigued is the correct term either. Enraged at being taken for a simpleton? Now that, perhaps, is a better way of describing my current state of mind.
Naps don't work for you, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate, General.
Once again, Comrade Privalov, I must correct you. Unfortunate is losing one's car in a snowstorm. Unfortunate is booking opera tickets on your wife's birthday and getting the date wrong.
Oh, was she furious?
That is not the issue!
Furious. However, now that is a good word.
I could speak with your wife. Would that help? I could always have a word with her if you like.
I could always have you shot.
Oh, you could, but I suspect she would appreciate the gesture less.
Happy weekend, though. Got any fun plans? Streaming and gaming and chilling. The golden combo. Yes, the golden combo. That sounds nice. I hope you enjoy yourself.
A kraken. A vast monster of the sea. A giant, humongous, many-armed electrical destroyer of ships and cities.
Electrical?
Electricity flowed along its horrible body. sparking and stunning all it touched, flowing like deadly rivers along its awful tentacles.
A sobering discovery. Are you suggesting that the vessel simply wandered off course and sank here? That seems unlikely even by your standards.
No, General, I only wish that were true. The mighty ship showed terrible scars, signs of having been grappled and torn asunder by some huge and terrible adversary.
It is indeed strange and curious. I am troubled by this discovery.
Might you almost be perplexed, perhaps?
Don't push your luck.
Can I do anything with this? I can. Oh, okay. Learning. Oh, wow. Just ripping a clam open for our own sake. Ooh.
I was stationed at Sydney Ostrif some years ago. I am only too aware of how easy it is for the imagination to create monsters when one is exposed to lonely and dark places. My men required constant monitoring.
Much like my cousin Pavel.
He was also stationed at Ostrov?
No, he required constant monitoring. He was a devil for stealing eggs.
I was referring to the fear that something is lurking in the darkness. Something strange, brutish, and ill-intentioned.
Again, that sounds much like my cousin Pavel.
Jellyfish.
hunted. There was no doubt about it, and escape was all I could think about.
Naturally.
That and duty.
Duty?
Yes, General. I was being hunted. There was no doubt about it, and escape was all I could think about.
Naturally.
That and duty.
Duty?
Yes, General. After all, I had a bomb to recover from that villain Toll.
How clever of you to remember that.
Nope. Oh, wow, that actually worked. Okay. Oh. The jellyfish looks like it's wearing a hat. Like a cowboy hat or something.
But first, there was the issue of escape. Escape from a dreadful, grasping creature that consumed all it could reach, dragging anything that wandered within its clutches to a miserable doom. A hoarder of useless trophies and stolen goods.
Once again, Tavarish, I suspect you are pursuing a somewhat tortuous metaphor for capitalism, in the misguided hope of appealing to my political ideals.
I was like a mouse, General. A little mouse being toyed with by a terrible cat.
Rather a wet mouse.
I was like a little underwater mouse.
Being stalked by a giant rubbery electrical cat with 8 tentacles.
Exactly, General.
Good, I'm glad we cleared that up. You may continue.
Oh, shoot.
Submarines. You
Oh, it's
didn't
like Finding
mention
Nemo.
submarines before.
Didn't I? Why? No, Naverne, General, of course. Submarines. Millions of them. Well, several, at least.
Any particular submarines? Did you see names? Numbers?
General, have you lost a submarine?
I am not at liberty to answer that question, as you well know.
Well, General, losing one's car in a snowstorm is unfortunate, as you say. But to lose a whole submarine, that could be considered careless.
And you are certain it was M. de Veschi Pidishatschwist?
Well, that was painted on the hull, so I can only assume so.
I think I know where this dismal story is going next. You somehow miraculously brought the remaining closed cycle engine online, flooded the torpedo tubes, dispatched the Kraken with one shot, and triumphantly surfaced.
No, General, that is not what happened at all. I did indeed make my way to the torpedo tubes, but for a very different purpose. After all, history has taught us that atomic power is not to be toyed with.
Much like tired, impatient generals, perhaps. Particularly the perplexed ones.
Indeed, General. Or like dogs that will eat no cheese.
Ooh. Oh. Maybe if you'll work. There we go. Oh.
Will our determined yet disorientated hero end his days as socialist sushi? Will his daring exploits be cut tragically short by vengeful calamari? Will the general's wife ever forgive him for missing Ruslan and Lyudmila? And just how many eggs did Pavel steal, and where did he keep them? All of these questions and more may or may not be answered in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Okay. I am going to get some water boiling real quick. Calypso is concerned. Okay.
I was alive, General. Somehow, miraculously, I was alive. Some twist of fate, some hand of destiny, but I was alive. Strange as this new world was, I knew Toll must have come this way, and it was my task to find him. And it happened like this.
Okay. The water one was,
The sun
Pretty.
beat down on me relentlessly.
but it was just very
It was
slow.
unbearable. I was exhausted. Yet I could not stop. I had to go on. For 7 weeks, I trudged across the desert. On the second day,
Please, comrade, if we may. I think we can skip the details, unless you consider them to be particularly relevant to the location of Little Orpheus.
of course, General. We will simply omit the tale of the singing chasm, the oasis of mirrors, the sightings of Toll's Mienk aloft on their pterodactyls carrying parts of my crashed rocket drill over the horizon to Lemuria.
Wait, the what?
Singing chasm?
Not that, but the rocket drill.
Oh yes, General, the rocket drill. But what did Toll want with it? And why Lemuria?
Lemuria.
Lemuria, General.
I am not familiar with this Lemuria, comrade.
Well, that is because it does not exist, General. Or at least, so I thought.
Oh, I'm dead. Where cactus juice? Good question. There should be some cactus juice here. It's the quenchiest. Interesting.
Those strange crystals seem to exert an extraordinary hold over the stone blocks and arches. When they hummed, the whole city remade itself. Where they were missing, clearly looted by some villainous thief, the city was fallen to ruin. It was like a vast
Whoa.
musical instrument, vandalized, and yet still attempting to toot.
Like crystal peaks mixed with that desert level in Mario Odyssey. And then the time level in It Takes Two.
How poetic. I am sure our engineers would be fascinated and baffled in equal measure. If the whole department hadn't been arrested for sedition last week, I would happily convey it to their skeptical ears.
Sedition?
Oh,
Really?
what the heck?
How poetic. I am sure our engineers would be fascinated and baffled in equal measure. If the whole department hadn't been arrested for sedition last week, I would happily convey it to their skeptical ears.
Okay, okay,
Sedition?
okay.
Really?
This one's
Unfortunate
broken.
news indeed.
I am joking, comrade. How poetic. I am sure our engineers would be
I wonder if I should
fascinated
just
and
leave
baffled
that.
in equal measure. If the whole department hadn't been arrested for sedition last week, I would happily convey it to their skeptical ears.
Sedition, General? Really? That is unfortunate news indeed.
I am joking, comrade.
Pterodactyl. B? Can I go in here? Yes, I can. Ah, but you're broken too. Oh, hello.
Oh yes, the Mank for here, all right. Which meant whatever dastardly scheme Toll had, it was to be enacted on these burning sands.
And you will explain this in due course, I imagine.
Eminently, General. What you need to know first is this. I have told you already how parts of the devices the enslaved Mienk were forced to wear came from the surface.
Radio parts and so on, yes, from what you have told me. Assuming there were plenty of lost ships in the ocean as you claim, for Toll to have dredged up what he needed to assemble them.
Aha, good. You are one step ahead of me, General.
I said assuming.
Of course, assuming. Now, as I gazed in awe at the buildings rising and falling around me, I realized that the other major component of those mind-controlling helmets was crystal. Toll had raided Lemuria for them. He knew the city. He knew the crystals could amplify vibrations and waves, and was using them to boost the signal of the radio parts to exert his control over the Nymph. Which meant...
Yes?
Imagine, General, what such amplification could achieve when fused to the finest atomic science our great Soviet civilization has produced.
Wait. I do not understand. You said Toll was planning on using the bomb to shatter the Earth's crust to return to the surface.
A tragic mistake, General. I had not recognized the extent of his mad ambitions.
You mean to imply Toll would have attempted to enslave the Russian people? Pah! The
Bah.
will of the Soviet citizen is mighty and strong.
To you, perhaps, as a trained warrior, but consider, perhaps instead, a humble son of a toy maker from Tomsk.
Ah, yes. Perhaps we have our share of simpletons, after all.
I should have waited. I knew I should have waited. Got greedy. Ugh. I have to go back.
The vast pictograms told of a history of wonders. They seem to suggest the Lemurians were travelers from another world, where a mysterious clock seemed to stand.
That is very mysterious. As mysterious as the location of little Orpheus, perhaps.
Ah, yes, of course, General. I am just getting to that.
Lemurians? Risk of Rain reference for real, really? I don't know enough about Risk of Rain, unfortunately. That does sound familiar, though. I think I've probably lurked in enough streams to recognize it, but... The little and big lizards are called Lemurians. Interesting. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, so I have to go back probably again. Yep. Now, which way should I go? This way? Here? Not there. Okay, no. I feel like... What's the point of that top one over there? Maybe nothing. Oh, hoo, hoo.
As I bravely explored that ancient city, a question was gnawing at my mind. What did it mean that the Lemurians had foreseen the coming of Tol? And who was the man from above that was celebrated as the savior of the Miengf? It was almost as if they could read the future.
Those
in
things
their
look like
crystals.
lizards.
The bells of Lemuria tolled and tolled, a roaring symphony, a crescendo of peals that set the city dancing, each note causing the crystals to shimmer and cascade with light. But the sandstorm was no natural phenomenon, and the bells did not ring for celebration. Something was very wrong here.
Aside from the pterodactyls and the Miengf and the dancing stones and the ancient magical prophecies and the crystals and now the giant bells, you mean?
If you don't want me to continue, General, then I can easily just quietly go home.
Don't think Chepucha will get you out of this one, comrade.
Debucha. Whoa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whew. That was kind of cool.
I raced through those magical structures, a righteous fire in my heart. I was like the Brinya Nikic, prepared to strike at the dragon who threatened my homeland.
Your heroism is only surpassed by your modesty.
On the contrary, General, I chose the Brinya carefully. Like him, I am a simple peasant. It was fate that chose me to descend to the Earth's core.
It was General Komanyin who chose you to descend to the Earth's core. But don't let that get in the way of your story.
Well then, award General Polkovnik Kamanyin the highest medal in the world.
He already has several of those.
I cannot take credit for his wisdom in sending me.
Ooh. Oh, barely got that one. Ooh.
What was once a rocket drill ship, built to burrow into the Earth, was now a mighty vessel, repurposed to blast off into the skies. There was no doubt the toll was headed for the strange world with its clock. Altered to then was yet to understand. But there was no time to consider. No time for questions.
Oh, wrong way maybe? Yep, yep.
Hole was on the rocket. Little Orpheus was on the rocket. And wherever they were headed, I must head there too, to thwart his plans, recover my drill, and save the world!
Will our enthusiastic yet disorientated hero be burnt to a cinder by the rocket's engines? Will he be smashed into the rock that surely must be beyond the Lemurian skies? Does Nikolai Petrovich Kamanyan really need any more medals? What was the strange clock, and what could it all mean? All of these questions, and more, will be answered, if you're extremely lucky, in the next exciting episode of Little Orpheus!
Okay. Ooh. I'm gonna take another BRB real quick before I start the next one. I will be back in a few. Thank you everybody for hanging out. See you soon. Alrighty. Three chapters left. Metagalacticus Interioris block and it looks like the same as the one we were just in actually, but all put together. This is all in the center of the earth, by the way.
Laika!
Are you stark raving mad?
Aw. So that's the dog they were
It was
showing, okay.
Laika. I am sure of it. That spirited little dog saved me.
Laika saved you in her little space machine.
I believe the correct term is capsule, General.
Don't push your luck any further, Ivan Ivanovich. I fear it might
Ivan
snap.
Ivanovich.
My apologies, General. In my excitement to explain what I discovered on the far side of the Metagalacticus Interiorus, I got carried away. And it happened like this.
A rocky moon. At the center of the Earth.
The source of all creation, General. A place where time flowed like rivers, and boulders of raw matter rained like comets upon the cratered rock.
Another miraculous escape from death. Another happy accident.
It was no accident, General. Laika took me there entirely deliberately. I'm sure of that. She continues to be a heroine and a savior and protector of our great nation.
Aw.
Laika died in orbit.
No, General, she did not. She's very much alive and happy, and currently living several miles below our feet.
Laika is dead, Ivan.
She most certainly is not, General.
This is the real world, Tavarish. A world where you did not go to the center of the Earth, and Laika died in orbit.
In my world, General, Laika is still alive.
A better world, some may argue. Very well. I will live in your world for a while longer, but time is running out.
Ah, yes, time, General. I was just coming to that.
Ooh.
There in the
Pretty.
distance it stood, enveloped in a mighty time storm. The world clock, General. The beating heart of all history. The axis mundi, the pillar of the world.
Not enough to conquer Russia by drilling back to the surface with his magical mind-controlling atomic radio set then.
No, General. You see, what if he could fuse little Orpheus directly with the world clock? Then his message would radiate with every tick and every talk. He would not simply be the Tsar. He would be the Tsar of all time, the eternal tyrant, the literal incarnation of everything our glorious revolution stood to overthrow.
Whoa.
Sonikiv!
Uncanny, General. But it was somehow different. I felt no cold. The waves were motionless. Indeed, it was as if I had stepped free of those rivers of time and stood on
The
entirely
walruses.
motionless ground. And there in the distance,
What?
debris from Tsarya and tall slave mines had washed up here, almost as if I were meant to find it. And there, amongst it, the winking of steel led me to a blasting cap, and a plan began to form. The terrain was ferocious. Explosive eruptions of fire and heat. thunderous emissions, and lethal gases.
Much like your cousin Pavel, perhaps, as a result of consuming all of those stolen eggs.
Aha! General, you have been listening after all!
Ba, 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 ba. There's an area like this in Elden Ring. And I kept getting hit by like meteors. Was it in the consecrated snowfield? I don't remember.
Agartha again. But why?
You are stalling, comrade. The clock is ticking.
Tick-tock, tick-tock! Of course! In a flash of inspiration, I understood. It was all wrong, you see, General.
That we can agree on.
We should never have gone to the center, because without little Orpheus, Toll could not have become the tyrant he had. The rocket drill was his means to reach the world clock, but it was little Orpheus that enabled him. And the time itself, the world clock itself, was determined to make matters right.
With a little help from you, of course.
Merely a simple pawn in a game played upon a cosmic scale, General. But a pawn who understood that he was being given a second chance to grab a chunk of the explosive resin that wondrous city was built upon. And I was back. The mighty river of time roared past me, carrying the weight of the whole of history with it.
Even for you, this is a stretch. Our time is almost up. I have to submit my report within the hour.
Time, General.
Within the hour?
Time was nearly up indeed. That ancient and magical river that carried me along was surely moving inevitably towards some kind of end.
Oh, what are these from? He'll land on that? No. What the heck? Okay, I was just being stupid. Wait, it's going so fast. I hope I don't need that rock again.
enough. No more, Privalov. No more stories. No more lost worlds and space dogs. I am full of it. It is nearly midnight, and you have not given me the adequate explanation for the whereabouts of little Orpheus and the atomic bomb.
But, General, I am about to tell you what happened when I finally caught up with the villain Toll.
I do not care, Tavarish. I simply do not care. You have worn me down, and it is time to call a halt to this. I bear you no malice, comrade. In many ways, I admire you, but time is running out.
Yes, General, yes. Time. Time. Because it was time itself that suddenly appeared to be on my side.
Perhaps the world clock was so impressed with your egg-wearing antics, it decided to return you to Plutonia for a second attempt. I would strongly suggest you cut to the chase.
The chase, yes. The pursuit of Toll and little Orpheus. I stood there with the resin fragment in one hand and the blasting cap in the other, and then, just like that, a clock began to ring.
The world clock?
No, General, an alarm clock. My Slava alarm clock, in fact, given to me by Auntie Marsha.
The one who married the beef investigator.
The very same. And the moment I saw that clock, I knew what I had to do.
Give me a second. Uh-oh. What did I do? Am I stuck? Oh, down here maybe? Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
I'm waiting.
Squishy. Sleep on, sweet
Bomb,
dreams.
General. A
Thank you for
bomb
hanging
to
out. I
destroy
hope you have
a
a good
bomb.
weekend.
So, you decided to build a bomb, eh? A bomb to destroy little Orpheus.
It was a simple plan, really, General.
Yes, you are very fond of your simple plans.
Sounds good.
It was the last time I was to see those poor enslaved men on my journey. As they scurried in agitation around the base of the rocket drill, now a dreadful weapon of war in the hands of a madman, I was reminded of my mother.
Your mother looked like a nymph? That is extremely disrespectful, comrade.
No, I meant I was raised by my mother from an early age, of course. My childhood memories of my father were all too brief.
You are rambling, Comrade Privalov. Time is running out. Diani Rezinovi.
Time will run out for us all, General, will it not?
Thank you.
And it ran out for my father on the shores of Volga.
Your father fought at Stalingrad?
He did, General.
So did I.
Well, so you see, General. Perhaps we are just the same, you and I. Perhaps we are all just Menkf in the end.
What possible use in the construction of a bomb could be found in the belly of a giant whale? Were you perhaps planning on using a worm as a fuse?
That would be ridiculous, General.
I would hate to undermine your otherwise entirely plausible account.
You forget, General. The belly of the beast was full of shipwrecks. And on one of them, I was bound to find what I was looking for. Fuse wire.
Comrade, yes, you'd forgotten all about the fuse until I reminded you, hadn't you?
General, your cynicism is unbecoming to a man of your rank and stature.
Oh.
The clock was now ticking, General. Literally. I was surrounded by time, immersed in it, floating along a river of it on a raft made of history, seeking the next moment of opportunity to hurtle backwards amongst those lost worlds.
I am a patient man, Tavarish. I lost 3 toes in the winter outside Sharkovskaya in 42. A drunken dentist removed 2 frostbitten toes and 1 perfectly healthy one. You may therefore consider me a man blessed with an uncommon level of endurance for discomfort.
I hate visiting the dentist. My Uncle Vanya was a dentist.
There we go. Good morning, how are you? Wait, what happened? What was I supposed to do?
The clock was now ticking, General. Literally. I was surrounded by time, immersed in it, floating along a river of it on a raft made of history.
I'm doing pretty well.
Seeking the next moment
Trying to
of
decide how
opportunity to hurtle
long I want to stay up, I
backwards
guess.
amongst those lost worlds.
I am a patient man, Tavarish. I lost 3 toes in the winter outside Sharkovskaya in 42. A drunken dentist removed 2 frostbitten toes and 1 perfectly healthy one. You may therefore consider me a man blessed with an uncommon level of endurance for discomfort.
Oh, I see.
I hate visiting the dentist. My Uncle Vanya was a dentist, and he was a deeply strange man, notwithstanding the love he felt for his pigs.
Is what?
He was a pig dentist, General. He always claimed that the human mouth presented an insufficient challenge.
Let me challenge you, comrade. You will tell me what happened to little Orpheus. My patience is exhausted. I am done.
But we are nearly there, General. The world clock
am I
was shortly to
supposed to go
strike
there?
again and transport me.
Oh, I see, okay.
Well, who could guess where?
Wait. I have to land on the rock. Yeah. I think, I'm trying to decide, I guess, whether I want to try and go for a 24-hour stream. I'm pretty tired, but I feel like if I can make it to daytime, I might have a good chance of getting to 24 hours. We'll see, though. Can I make that? I can. Oh, I thought I was supposed to go on the little one. Uh-oh, uh-oh. We're now here? Nope. Here. Here. Can I make that? I don't know if I can make that. Must be going the other way. Yeah, I see it. No, I don't. Is it this? Yeah, it is. Okay. Can I make that? Yes. Then this way? No, I think I was supposed to go the other way. game races at uni with flatmates. Yeah, I don't usually do this, but I'm celebrating 3 years of streaming, and so I'm trying to decide. Yeah, we'll see. When the timer runs out is like when I can stop, but do I want to stop? I don't know. So, like, technically I only have like 8 minutes left. I do want to finish this game though, and I only have a couple more chapters left. So I'll be up for a little longer at least.
And that strange submerged city.
And then from there
those
we'll see.
poor lost vessels. To find a shell case to hold all of my scavenged ingredients. The last piece I needed to construct my bomb.
Ah, yes. I have been waiting for this.
General?
Time, Ivan Ivanovich.
Yeah, it's been a pretty
Whilst you
good
have
3
rambled
years.
on and on about it, I have simply bided mine. I am a patient man, as I have said.
Yes. I don't feel I paid enough attention to the story about your toes. Do you have specially made shoes?
Enough! Now I have your full attention. Indulge me, Tavarish. Explain to me how you made this bomb.
General?
Your bomb, comrade, that you so brilliantly constructed to destroy little Orpheus. Tell me how you made it.
I'm suspicious of the general now. He wants to know so badly how this bomb is made. I don't buy it.
Well,
Maybe he's the bad guy.
In detail.
Yeah.
The type of detail that should present no problem to a man who is actually capable of building a bomb, which I suspect would be an entirely different man to
You go
one
on the
who
pub
cheated
crawl you've
on
been
his
invited on.
entrance
Get
exams
drunk and have a
for
laugh
the
versus save money and no
cosmonaut program.
hangover. When was the last time you've gone out and socialized? And
You are uncharacteristic.
if you don't go, would you regret it?
Got your tongue?
if I may, General, perhaps just
Last
a minute
weekend.
or two to gather my thoughts?
There are precious few minutes left. We have reached our conclusion, I think.
Yes. Yes, we have, General. I gazed up at the world clock and knew I had arrived at my destination. Whatever lay inside would see my journey end one way or another. But I had no idea of the marvels that awaited me. And
The bomb, Ivan Ivanovich!
Ivan
Tell me how
Ivanovich.
you built the bomb!
it was a wonderful sight. The world...
It is 2 minutes to midnight, Ivan. It is time to end this story.
You don't know if you're gonna play it by ear. That's fair. I would say... Have you already told anybody that you're going? Would be my follow-up question.
Let us recap. 3 years ago, you were sent to the center of the Earth as part of a top-secret mission to ensure the delivery of little Orpheus, an atomic-powered capsule.
Told
You
everyone you're not
promptly
going.
vanished
Okay.
Until you
I would stay
casually
home
wandered
then.
up to Molodiyozhnaya station. 3 years later, claiming to have saved the world, but lost little
But it could be
Orpheus
fun.
in the process. Is this correct?
Yes, General, it is, but...
You are charged with many, many, many crimes against the state, including desertion, lying to a superior officer, and sedition. Any one of these charges bears the punishment of execution by firing squad.
Oh boy.
General, you must be reasonable. I did my best. It's all true, I swear. I swear upon the lives of my family.
Oh, do you? Auntie Marcia and Uncle Vanya, the traveling tinker and the pig dentist, or perhaps Cousin Pavel, the criminal mastermind with the unhealthy taste for eggs. How stupid do you think I am, Comrade Devalov?
What did I miss? Oh, I just have to go under, don't I? Yeah.
Subdayu, it is all true.
Maybe your toy maker, or was it watchmaker, Faza, who apparently
going out of
taught
his
you
credit
all he
card.
knew, despite
You might
being
do,
killed
just
when
take
you
the
were
weekend
less
off.
than 5 years old.
I was a fast learner?
I mean, hopefully he enjoys it.
You have precisely
Doesn't regret
1
it,
minute to
I don't know.
convince me not to summon the guards,
But
and
yeah,
have you shot on the spot.
hopefully he does
Minute.
enjoy it.
A lifetime. It's all I need, General. I was astounded. My father, I told you, I think I told you, he was a toy maker, and he often played with clockwork parts.
Tavarish.
But this made all those childhood wonders pale into insignificance. And it was fortunate indeed that my uncle...
Vanya, the big dentist?
No, my other uncle, Sasha, had taken me mountaineering in the Urals during my childhood, for it was only by scaling these giant mechanical parts that I would reach Little Orpheus.
Yes, I had been thinking that it seems awfully convenient that you were such an accomplished climber. I don't, however, recall any mention of this Uncle Sasha in your file.
He was a very private man.
Very unlikely man.
That was Uncle Sasha's blessing and his curse.
Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. Oh. Uh-oh. Did I break the game again? I think I broke the game again. Well, it's a good view down here. Okay, I wasn't that far into this. That's fine.
Let us recap. 3 years ago, you were sent to the center of the Earth as part of a top-secret mission to ensure the delivery of Little Orpheus, an atomic-powered capsule. You promptly vanished until you casually wandered up to Molodiyozhnaya station 3 years later, claiming to have saved the world, but lost Little Orpheus in the process. Is this correct?
Yes, General, it is, but...
You are charged with many, many, many crimes against the state, including desertion, lying to a superior officer, and sedition. Any one of these charges bears the punishment of execution by firing squad.
General, you must be reasonable. I did my best.
Russian accent is pretty cool.
It's
Yeah.
all true, I swear upon the lives of my family.
Oh, do you? Auntie Marsha and Uncle Vanya, the traveling tinker, and the pig
And I
dentist,
think,
or perhaps cousin Pavel, the criminal mastermind with the unhealthy taste for eggs. How stupid do you think
Some
I
of the,
am,
like,
Comrade Devalov?
words they keep in Russian too.
Sundayu, it is all true.
Like that.
Maybe your toy maker, or was it watchmaker, Faza, who apparently taught you all he knew, despite being killed when you were less than 5 years old.
I was a fast learner?
You have precisely 1 minute to convince me not to summon the guards, and have you shot on the spot.
Very
minute?
fun to say.
A lifetime. It's all I need, General.
Oh. Okay, let's do
astounding.
this again.
My father, I told you, I think I told you, he was a toy maker, and he often played with clockwork parts.
Tavarish.
But this made all
Very
those
excited to
childhood
see
wonders
what the
pale
plot
into
twist is, though.
insignificance. And it was
What's going on
fortunate
with the
indeed that
story.
my uncle...
Vanya, the pig dentist?
No, my other uncle, Sasha, had taken me mountaineering in the Urals during my childhood, for it was only by scaling these giant mechanical parts that I would reach Little Orpheus.
Yes, I had been thinking that it seems awfully convenient that you were such an accomplished climber. I don't, however, recall any mention of this Uncle Sasha in your file.
He was a very private
He's a
man.
very unlikely man.
That was Uncle Sasha's blessing and his curse.
Okay. What? What's happening? Why is this part being so weird? Okay, you can just stay there then, my clone, I guess. Okay, and I'm glad there's a checkpoint.
Those great wheels and cogs clashed and boomed.
I'm-
Those great wheels and cogs clashed and boomed. Those great wheels and cogs clashed and boomed. Those great wheels and cogs clashed. Those great wheels and cogs clashed and boomed. Those great wheels and cogs.
The remix. I'm gonna try opening it again. Hopefully it's saved.
Those great wheels and cogs clashed and boomed. The vast hands of all time
Okay.
crunching forever and ever around.
Ivan Ivanovich.
Pendulums and
Ivan
springs
Ivanovich.
and great big wheels and tiny little wheels.
Tavarish Privalov, stop.
Though at least the Myank were not here, especially as they seemed to infest the world below the surface. Myank, Myank everywhere. Myank, Myank, Myank. Many Myank. Myank for plenty. Myank.
You are bambling, comrade. Enough.
Yep, that's a death. Oh, hoo, hoo. Did not realize that was a thing I had to dodge. Nope. That is too early.
But where was Toll? Aha! High above. On the clock face, perhaps. With his radios and his crystals. Now, if I could just reach him, I could use the bomb.
There is no bomb. You have no idea how to make a bomb. You have no idea about how to do anything one might actually expect of a cosmonaut.
The bomb?
Ivan Ivanovich!
General?
Time is up. Stop talking, Tavarish. You don't know what happens next. It is obvious. You've done very well. I applaud
did make it
you
past the
for your
timer.
efforts and your
Yay.
story. It is a wonderful tale, Comrade Privalov. I have enjoyed it immensely. But every story needs an ending. And it is clear yours does not have one.
Thank you.
I just need more time.
I think that even if I gave you all the time in the world, it would not be enough.
No, General. I can do this. That is, I remember what happens next. I just need to catch my breath and compose myself.
We both know how this story ends, comrade.
Comrade.
But little Orpheus, you
But
haven't
little
heard what happened.
Orpheus. He
We
already
will
knows.
find out soon enough. You will be executed, and another expedition will be sent.
No, you cannot. You cannot. We must never go back. You don't understand.
Make me, then. Make me understand. I am a kind man, although you may not believe this. I do not want to have you shot. So help me. Make me understand. Tell me what happened to little Orpheus.
It was.
Ivan Ivanovich?
It was. It was. No. I'm sorry, General. I'm sorry, I have no idea. You are right. I simply cannot think what happened next. It's just. a blank, General. There's nothing there. I am very tired, you see.
Aw.
Comrade Privalov. Ivan.
You're right. It's over, General. Perhaps you would be so kind as to write to my mother for me.
Of course I will.
You are a kind man, as you have said. And, General,
Yes, Ivan.
was it a good story?
Oh, yes. It was an excellent story.
Thank you, General. I'm just sorry I couldn't give you an ending.
Unless...
General?
Quiet, Tovarish. I am thinking. Unless...
Red Alert 2. I don't think I've heard of
seem
that.
to remember that there were many problems with little Orpheus during production.
General?
Problems with the casing around the atomic battery. Concerns.
Concerns, General?
Yes, concerns. Unlikely though that might be. Yeah, it seems if I remember that it failed to secure properly. A sharp blow could spring the hatch and expose the fragile casing of the bomb to any would-be vandal.
I'm not sure I follow you.
A resourceful yet forgetful hero might, one would think, take
Command and
advantage of that
Conquer
fact.
games.
But how, General?
Okay.
Where would I find something to strike it with?
The son of a watchmaker would easily find something within a giant clock mechanism that resembled a hammer, surely.
A hammer? Why, yes, General. I do remember now. I grasped the hammer-shaped thingamabob.
Let's just agree.
I love Russian voice
Yes,
acting in
let's
it.
do that.
Awesome.
Caught my senses, shook my head, and looked about me. In my distracted stupor, I had climbed further up the tower than I ever thought possible. In front of me was the clock face, and I gazed out through it at the sheer expanse of history. And I knew whatever happened next... happened next?
The hand of destiny had fallen upon your shoulder.
Yes! It had. And what an extraordinary hand it was.
Whoa. Oh, gotta run. Oh. Oh. Am I supposed to be doing something? Or just running? What if I just... Okay, no. Just keep running? Oop, okay, we are getting somewhere. What was I supposed to do there? I'm supposed to... Okay.
And so, Toll was defeated. Little Orpheus destroyed, the bomb lost forever.
Not just that, General. In that moment, time sprung back to its proper shape, and I found myself once more in Plutonia, the start of my
Plutonia.
journey. But the wound in the interior sky was gone. The drill was gone. It was as if I had never been here. and they were nymph. Free and happy, without the tyranny of toll. Free to pursue their simple lives.
But we can never go back?
Never, General. One drill, one metal sphere, one lone cosmonaut was nearly enough to destroy time and unleash the tyrant toll upon our world. Who would think an innocuous beeping radio housed in a ball of metal could change the world so dramatically?
Who indeed? But tell me, what of you? And what of your return to the surface?
I stayed amongst the Mienk for as long as I could. But I came to realize they had begun to worship me as a king. No, General. I am a good socialist and could not allow this workers' paradise to become corrupted. And so I left that wonderful land for the last time.
And then?
And then I walked. For 2 years I wandered, always looking for a way home, through lands and worlds almost beyond imagination. Until
Almost.
one day, I emerged, blinking into sunlight, and realized I was home.
Until one day I emerged, just like that? You just found your way back to the surface?
Well, General, it was a little more complicated than that. There were great obstacles to overcome, and terrible challenges to face, and incredible lands to explore.
Enough, Ivan. Little Orpheus is lost forever. The interior is sealed. You have returned with a story of socialism, triumphing over incredible odds. It is, as I said, enough for one night. Enough for my report, at least.
General, if I may...
Comrade Ivan Ivanovich Privalov, you are found guilty of all charges brought against you and sentenced to execution by firing squad. However, having listened to your story, I believe you are quite mad. In other words, I find your madness guilty, not you. And we cannot execute madness. And indeed, there are lessons to be learned, even in the depths of this madness. Perhaps the Americans were right to send the chimp after all.
So, General?
Get out of my sight, Ivan. Go home. Enjoy a state pension as a madman. Just make sure I never see you again.
Yes, General. Of course, General. Anything you say. I shall be small and quiet and live a life without excitement and...
Out! Until one day I just emerged. Oh, very good, Tavarish. Very good indeed.
Was that the last one? Maybe I think the last two maybe merged into one. Or is this... Aww. Okay, so what is this? A rush of onion to the head?
Who's the best space dog? Oh,
Aw.
где моя хорошая, хорошенькая моя, ты просто космическая. Eh? Who's the best hairy cosmonaut? It
Doggo.
is indeed a lovely sunset, and it reminds me of the skies of Perun. I didn't? I never told you about the wonderful Sky City? Well, it was an extraordinary place, but one filled with dangers. Well, it might have been simple for you to cross it, but you were in a space capsule. I had to rely on my own 2 feet, my noshki.
My
Feet
noshki.
which, I might add, had just crossed the interior, beaten the villain Toll, and helped inspire the Mienk to a workers' revolution. Oh, that's all very easy for you to say, but your idea of civilized behavior is licking your own bottom in public. No. My adventures above the clouds were filled with untold dangers, death-defying escapes, and some really quite extraordinarily large Bielorybitsa. And it happened like this. Weeks had passed since I left Plutonia,
And one evening, exhausted, I simply fell asleep at the foot of a strange windmill. And when I awoke...
Very strange. Bark,
well,
bark.
that
Bark,
thought
bark.
didn't cross my
Bark.
mind. I was exhausted after all. This is besides the point, my nosy canine friend. What matters is this. When I awoke, the windmill and the ground around it had been carried high into the air. What magic was this? Что за магия?
Nope.
As unlikely, perhaps, as a suitcase-sized dog orbiting the center of the Earth for many years. Quite. Quick as a flash, Kakmonia, my training leapt into play, and I began to paddle the strange contraption through the clouds in search of answers. It is entirely possible that a miller who owns a windmill capable of levitating high into the air may also own a flying machine. Oh, now you're just being silly. May I continue my recounting of how I sailed over the sky gardens towards the mystical city of Peru? Oh, I must, my moi ushati drug. I must. What powerful emanations! What mighty gusts! What an epic squall! They reminded me of Cousin Pavel, yes! But whereas his rearward zephyrs could curdle milk and tarnish the teaspoons, these magical wafts only serve to carry me aloft and onwards.
Whoa.
But something was afoot in the gardens of Perun. This horrid muck staining the surfaces and making my nose curl. Yes, it was positively Pavilion in scent. But it did not belong here. I think I once told you of Auntie Masha's passionate encounter in a cable car with the manganese entrepreneur from Chiatura. Now, Auntie Masha told me that there was a disagreeable stain and smell all around those factories and smelting works. Our industry is not without its dangers. Could it be that the once bucolic gardens of Perun were being corrupted by unchecked pollution? After all, science is a double-edged sword, my bristly confidant. Consider Demikhov. Of course. I apologize. Прошу прощения. Two-headed dogs is perhaps a rather insensitive analogy. But not without justification in this instance. I have seen the blemished lands around Norilsk, but I could not believe that I would find such pollution here. But this was nothing to the true horror of what was shortly to unfold.
Definitely thought that would be bouncy.
That terrible Strashnaya machina spewing its poison into the air had created a monster. A being. A malignant spoiler of the noble and pure. And it had taken on the form of its prey. Well, of course. No, конечно, I was the prey. The citizens of Perun had clearly long since fled the evilly sentient smog, but I inadvertently wandered into its lair. Oh, I know. Misfortune seemed to dog... Oh, sorry, I do apologize. To follow my every footstep. But no time to ponder, no time to bemoan the hand that fate had dealt me. No, all that was on my mind was escape, конечно.
Running through the woods.
Master Pete. Hello, Bolt Paper. Welcome in. Hello. DJ Papa North. Master Pete has been summoned to the world of Host of Embers, Adidas. Hi, Pete. How was your stream? How was Silent Hill 2 Remake? Does this work yet? Ah, it works. Cool. Is amazing. Is it spoopy? I do use Stream Elements, yes. Yeah, I noticed like a couple raids ago that I wasn't able to shout people out. But it's working again, apparently. How spooked are you? You get scared easily? Hello everybody. We are... You don't get scared easily. That's good then. Made you jump a few times. Yeah, I probably would not do well. Hello everybody. We are finishing up, Little Orpheus currently. Our official timer for the subathon just ran up. I'm trying to decide how long I want to stay up, essentially. But we are doing it was a subathon. But pinned message, if you feel inclined to vote for my next first playthrough game, please feel free to fill out the poll. Yeah, we're finishing up Little Orpheus, and I'm trying to decide if I want to stay up or if I want to go to bed. But hello everybody, welcome in. If you don't know Master Pete, please give him a follow, check him out. He is a hitless runner, does a lot of hitless games, but he's currently playing through Silent Hill 2, as you can see. But he has so many hitless runs under his belt. Absolute gamer. Giga Chad hitless gamer. Most recently got Blasphemous no hit any percent. That was a little bit ago at this point, but and you said you're gonna be alternating between like hitless run and then variety game, hitless run, variety game kind of thing, so you can keep it fresh, etc., which I think is a good idea. um, just so that you don't drive yourself crazy. You can only vote for one, yeah. I don't know. I should have. I've already. It's already been up for a little bit, but I am gonna keep the um poll open. So whenever I stream in the next few weeks, I will probably have that message pinned, and then people can vote if they feel like it. And whatever has the most votes by next Saturday will probably be what I play next. I feel like Sekiro is probably gonna win, but I guess we'll see. But yeah, we are celebrating 3 years of streaming. We That's exactly what you voted for. Yeah, I figured. Actually, I want to look and see. Let me see. Let me see. I want to see the results so far. Yeah. Oh, interesting. 2 votes for Kina, 5 for Sekiro, 1 for Another Crab's Treasure. We'll see how the rest of the week goes. I think I was expecting more votes for Blasphemous. But yeah, we'll see how how the rest of the week goes. Yes, no worries. Please do what you gotta do. Thank you for the raid, Master Pete. But yeah, so we officially hit 42 subs, which is Blasphemous would be your second vote, gotcha. 40 subs. Sorry. But yeah, so I'm like debating whether I want to stay awake longer. Because I keep kind of like coming in and out of it where I feel like I can stay up longer. And then feeling like, sleep would be nice. And I'm kind of coping. But I feel like if I can get to daytime, I can probably go for 24 hours. And it is 5 a.m. already. So we'll see. But yeah, I think this is the epilogue of Little Orpheus. So we're gonna finish this out and see what happens. Hi, Meep. Fuck Blasphemous, you mean play that next? I'm getting some mixed signals. Just a little bit. How are you? Bark!
Yes, it was most interesting. The windmill seemed to be from an earlier age. Perhaps this was a devastating warning of the destructive power of unfettered industrialization. I most certainly had not forgotten about the windmills. I did not get carried away. You are missing the point. Perhaps because you are only a small dog. Oh,
Small
a brilliant,
dog.
brave, spacefaring dog, of course, but a small Sabashka nonetheless. If you perhaps listened more and interrupted less, I am just getting to the explanation of the windmills.
No? Okay. Oh, hello,
My stinky nemesis was
Stinky.
back. But more interesting was the change in the city. The
Oh.
windmills were fading out, clearly obsoleted, mothballed, relics.
Uh-oh.
Instead, a sense of an obsession with
Okay.
power was apparent. Vast engines, terrible machines, ever hungry and reliant on the rapid consumption of fuel, the production of toxic fumes and choking gases. Pride, my pushisti compadre. Pride, ambitia, ambition. The dark side of science. Zemechov's had too many. Don't be ridiculous, dog. Only a Durak with the intellectual capacity of a ringworm would think windmills are in any way harmful.
Oh, you had some pho today. Some great pho. That's awesome. I'm jealous. I, also, thank you for the follow. I feel like I usually tend to get ramen over a lot of the time just because I think I end up getting or eating pho a lot with my parents, and so I think it's like I would rather get ramen a lot of the time, but I do love good bowl of pho for sure. Can I go up there? I'm glad you're good though. Yeah, I also just like I love ramen. Love ramen. Good choice, for sure. Oh, I can probably take you, can't I? Yeah. How the doggos, Master Pete? Doggo's good, hooray. I'm glad. Oh. You both made pee-pee very quickly. Good. Uh-oh. Oh. Sometimes Trixie farts around in the backyard. Where am I going? Here? Nope. Not there. On top of the balloon? It's little Orpheus.
Of course, you never had much of a chance to travel.
It is very cute, I think.
Sarcasm doesn't suit you. You don't have the tail for it. You do, at least, have a tail. Mind you, family gossip maintained that so did Uncle Rabliem. Although it was apparently little more than a stub, and a source of considerable discomfort and social anxiety.
Oop.
The question of whether or not Uncle Rabliem wagged his stub is very much
Oh, it's only
off
$3.
topic.
I would
What
get
I
it
am
if it's
trying
$3
to
for sure.
say is that your upbringing on the streets of Moscow meant you never saw the blackened fields of Magnitogorsk. The sacrifices made by the valiant citizens of that industrial heartland. As they
But your
drowned in
backlog
their
is
own
massive, that's
blight,
fair.
Even as they powered the state forwards. I was reminded of Magnitogorsk as I wandered through those fields of pipes and foundries. And I wept for the loss of innocence that so often goes hand in hand with progress.
I was saying earlier that it feels like a mix between It Takes Two and Little Nightmares. Like, animation-wise and story-wise, similar to It Takes Two. But then, like actual gameplay and control-wise, it feels like Little Nightmares. Yeah, yeah. I think the one thing that I think has been a little tricky is like some of the, I guess, hitboxes for interaction with objects has been a little funky. I don't know if it's maybe just a skill issue on my part, but it feels like you have to be like in just the right spot sometimes. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. It's like a lot better than I was. I mean, I guess I should say I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. It's just Souls like that. Oh, we both have a hurt leg. Well, I can't tell if he does.
Indeed! I just evaded the slimy, oily grasp of that man-made Vadzinoy, his petroleum stink clogging my nostrils and making my head thump. And I felt a great stirring within me. Yes, much like I assume Cousin Pavel. May he never get loose again. But no, quite different. This was no volcanic upbubbling of gastric malintent. No, it was the roaring fires of justice, once more ignited within me. I felt a swell of patriotic fervor, and knew the hand of destiny had fallen on me once more. Yes, what a hand it was! I could not see this great wonder sink into an abyss of poison and bile. The Perunians may have been forced to abandon their city, but I had saved the world once before, and was ready to answer the call again.
I'm trying to decide if I want to stay on longer or not. My leg's better. Up to you, gamer. Yeah, 5 a.m. Oh, fish.
What strange metal Bielaribitsa clearly designed to swim through the air. I was amazed. And
I hardly ever get to raid you.
beneath the fins, I spotted the apertures of hoses and was reminded of the time Auntie Agrafina devised a contraption to water
Agrafina?
all of her copious algae beds simultaneously.
And I'm
with
very
one flush
appreciative
the
of that.
toilet by a system of pipes and valves that ran throughout her house. Можно так сказать,
Woof,
in a manner of
woof.
speaking,
Bark,
yes.
bork.
Her algae were most irrigated, although her neighbor Victor was washing his trousers in the sink at the time, and was bruised quite severely about the face and body. But these were no ordinary flying metal fish. They were designed to expel air, fresh air, and
Fresh
push
air.
back the polluted clouds.
No, I didn't say turn off. Turn on.
There is, of course, a fine tradition of looking to nature to solve problems of a scientific or military persuasion. Yes, as you well know. My nephew, Sergei...
Sergei.
Yes, the very same. Poor lad with his dermatological eruptions. Well, Sergei was
Oh,
stationed
do I want
recently
that on?
at Kazachya Buchta,
Maybe
where
not.
dolphins were being trained as brilliant aquatic agents of socialism. Why not then be inspired by marine life? Why, there is a fish, I have heard, that can shoot jets of water from beneath the surface to knock its prey off little tiny
Okay,
twigs
so now I need
and
to
into
turn
its
this one
mouth.
back on.
If you were to tell the average mushroom sheriff that a dog would orbit the Earth, I suspect you would receive a similarly sneering response.
Whee!
No, that is because you are a small, hairy hound of uncertain parentage. I, on the other hand, am a cosmonaut, the product of many months of training, and I realized the answer to pollution was here all along. The Peronians
The
tragically had
solution
simply
to
never had time
pollution
to
is
finish their
dilution.
fleet. If only I could find a working flying fish. If only. If only. Yes, if only. It made perfect sense, of course. The poisonous tuhata that engulfed Perun was like a nasty cold. And you know what to do with a cold to rid yourself of it. You may not get colds, but nor can you operate pea-shelling machinery. So, don't get ideas above your station. We humans, on the other hand, may produce up to 16 million perfectly unshelled peas in an average shift.
Wait.
But we are martyrs
Wait,
to our
what was
sinuses.
that?
But to clear
Okay.
them, aha! These are remedies we Russians have been perfecting over the long centuries of harsh winters. Onions. A quick snifter of onion oil will clear your head
Onion oil?
faster than a Pragviev can clear a hypothetical
Pragviev.
mind. Yes, if I could find a functional fish, I would become that onion.
Whee! What did that do? Can't go that way. Ah, I hurt my leg again. Uh-oh. Always when my leg is hurt. Very cool.
I was close. I could feel it. Yes, yes, the working fish, the ribka. I could feel I was at the heart of Perun, and my noxious pursuer had renewed its chase with a terrible vigor.
I don't know if I would say terrible vigor. Pretty weak vigor.
Not far now. I just had to keep going, keep pushing. It's almost as if you knew, Pavel. Uncanny. Double it. There she was. A beautiful sight. Her scales shimmering in the sunlight, her fins poised for action, her onion cannons primed for a great aerial conflict unseen
Onion
in the
cannons.
annals of human endeavor. And you are just jealous it was a bigger flying machine than yours. No, my bilious pal. It was time for science to fight back. Yes, my hairy compatriot. Paechale! Onwards to victory!
Paechale. Oh, wow. Oh. It's Cuphead. Uh, uh, uh. A to shoot. It is. It's actually Cuphead. Oh. Drive her nuts. Borking back at the game the whole time. That's cute. I love that. Oh. Okay. I'd be bad at Cuphead too. Thread the needle. Whoop. Cuphead-like. Ah. Whoops. Eep. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Can I shoot you? Ba, 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 ba. I don't know if I actually shoot you. I don't think I need to shoot you. Ah! Is this all the way back at the beginning? Yeah. Oh boy. I will. Thank you. How are you? Hello. I think I get swallowed. We're going in? Oh. Okay, no. I think I shoot her. It's been pretty good, yeah. trying to figure out if I want to stay on longer or not. I might. I think I might. See how long we can last. Whoops. Eee! Whoops. I'm almost dead. Okay. Uh-oh. 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 So many balls. Beep. I probably should not be this close, but it's fine. We're chilling. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It was a miracle.
It's crazy.
I found myself swooping through beautiful clear skies, the strange interior sunlight gleaming on the sides of my fishy vessel. I heard birds clear their little throats and begin their wondrous gvalt, the wind gently humming on the fins. And then, all of a sudden, under it all... Well, you see, in my hurry, it didn't even occur to me to check how much fuel was carried in the strange craft. With a horrible splutter, the engines choked and died. And suddenly we were plummeting down.
Well, congrats on 2 morels.
I did not. A simple mistake that many have made. Why, my Aunt Agrafina met her untimely demise being late for a fungal sculpting seminar and making exactly the same error. Only, unfortunately, it left her stranded in sub-zero temperatures just outside Pravachitsinsk. She wasn't found until 18 years after her own funeral, but was perfectly preserved. Remarkable, really.
Bark.
It is beside the
Bark.
point, yes. So, there I was. My fabulous ship had become a terrible prison. I was hurtling to my almost certain death. My triumph turned to tragedy. But then... Well, you know what happened next. Even so, moi magnati drug, that is a story for another time. A most extraordinary story, of course, filled with dangers and wonders, and canals, and invasions, and strange doorways to other worlds. But perhaps too long a story for now. Yes, indeed, my canine tavarish. Time for soup.
Soup.
Auntie Agrafina's famous borscht. Coming?
Aw.
You know, I think you really did have the happier time. The benefits of being a suitcase-sized
Izzy.
dog in a little space machine, perhaps.
Welcome in,
Yes,
welcome
the
in.
correct
How are
term is
you?
indeed capsule, as I told the general once. Why, a letter just
Askivi, Limu. Welcome, welcome. Balder, welcome back. Scooper Roll, hello. Drudy, hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. How was Risk of Rain 2? You were playing BattleBit earlier too, right? If I remember correctly.
He's thinking of retiring, he says.
Thank you for
Send
the
home to
follows.
Bashkiria to nurture bees. Bees? Surprised me too.
If you guys don't know Z-Boss, check him out. He's a Chad and a gamer. Very cool individual. Plays a lot of Risk of Rain 2 and also BattleBit. Hi Nat, thank you. That's so kind. Welcome in.
In which case, there's half a tin of
Only played about 30 minutes. It wasn't really the server you like to play on. Gotcha. But yeah, Z-Boss plays BattleBit, Risk of Rain 2, first playthrough games. Is also doing Celeste Hitless. I'm not really sure how you're feeling about that, or when you feel like you're gonna get back to it. But Z-Boss is also very close to getting Celeste Hitless. Thank you for the follows. But yeah, we just finished up Little Orpheus, which was a really fun game. I've been describing it as, whoa, there's collectibles that I didn't get? I didn't get any collectibles, holy. I didn't know there were... What? How did I miss them? Literally, 0. That's what... What? Ah, whatever. I like collectibles, but I saw none. I don't know. Must have been hidden super well. Celeste mentioned, yeah, sorry. Was not sure if I should mention it or not, but I figured worth mentioning. But yeah, we're celebrating 3 years of streaming. So we're doing a bit of a subathon. The timer has officially ended. I think I am gonna see if I can do 24 hours. It's 13 and a half, and I feel okay right now. I don't know if I will make it the full 24, but I'm gonna stay on, I think. We'll see. But yeah, any raiders and anybody here who hasn't heard yet, pinned message. You guys can vote for my next first playthrough game here. Go, 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 Trooper, thank you. We'll see. It comes and goes. Like, there were times during the game that I was, like, falling asleep and I was just, like, running off cliffs. But then I'm like, okay now. Thank you for the 10 bits, Oskivi. That's very kind of you. But yeah, if
10 bits smile.
10 bits smile. 24 hours pog. Yeah, so if you care and would like to vote for my next first playthrough game, feel free to do so. I'm gonna have this poll advertised for like the next week or so, so whenever I'm streaming in the next week, I'll have it pinned or whatever. So, yeah, feel free if you want. But yeah, I would recommend Little Orpheus 2. I don't think I finished my thought earlier, but I was saying that it feels like a mix between It Takes Two and Little Nightmares. I feel like the art and animation style and the story feels very It Takes Two, but then the actual gameplay and the controls feel more like Little Nightmares. And it was a lot of fun, and it's like, what, that took me like almost 5 hours, so it's pretty short. Would recommend. Very cute, lots of fun. Thank you, Eskeevy. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your time zone. Thank you for the 10 bits and the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was saying earlier that I think Sekiro is probably going to win, but I did peek at the results a little bit ago, and I was surprised to see that Kina had as many votes as it did so far, and that Blasphemous at the time did not have any. I was thinking that, like, it was gonna be, like, kind of between Sekiro and Blasphemous, because I feel like not too many people know about Kina, I guess. But, yeah, so I'm Kina looks absolutely beautiful, and I am excited to play it whenever I do get around to it as well. Makes a new email address to vote for Sekiro. Also, hi Soul, welcome back. Wow, I can't believe I missed whatever these little balls of light are. It's crazy. Can I just exit, please? But yeah, oh, there were also a couple places that I had to, like, restart because my game bugged out. Or I, like, just phased through the map kind of thing, which was unexpected. But luckily for me, I was pretty close to the beginning when it did happen, so it wasn't, like, that much lost, but fair warning that it could happen. And there's not, like, you can pick each of these to go into, but I don't think there's, like, you can't click on one of these and then pick a certain checkpoint to get back to where you were. So I think you would have to just start over. At least that's what I did. Oh, hold on. There. Now you join. 60 seconds raffle. Exclamation mark join if you would like to be entered for the chance to win up to 6,000 totes. Good luck. Okay. Really? How do I exit though? I'm just gonna close it through there, I guess. Let me just open it back up and make sure that it's all fine and dandy. $15 seconds.
I did not.
Oh, okay. Yep, I'm good.